shoot me down, I don't wanna remember. Yeah. Don't try to change your mind when the blood is on your hands. Shoot me down, I don't wanna remember. Yeah. Yeah. Shoot me down, you're the one with the trigger. Hey, hey, hey.
So the walls have been built up. Now you see me on a hilltop. Got a handle on my visions. I never worship no one. Gotta get my sword off. On the cruise with the Molotovs. Can you feel me get fired up? Can you feel me get loud up? Tryna make that connection. Tryna make that connection. Live the life on the underground. I'll make my way to the surface. 'Cause you gotta keep running with me. Keep on running with me. We gotta get through this. I gotta break through this. I'ma smoke the last cigar. I'ma waste the precious time. Is the writing on the wall? Is the writing on the wall? The body's on me.
Alright, I think we'll start with some interviews today and just kind of get some of those out of the way. They're starting to stack up. I'd like to get them right off and some of the backstory going. Oh, we got mail too, though. So let's look at that. Here, Sam, how's it going? Still heading west? We're rooting for you. We were part of the second group, so we never got to speak with Amelie face to face. Caught the occasional hollow message, but that was about it. Still, every little bit helped to keep us going. She just liked her mother, or she's just like her mother. So clever, on the eye, easy on the eyes too. Won't lie and say I didn't notice. But what really resonated with us was the fire she carries, that conviction, same as Bridget. Any one of us would have laid down our lives in service to her vision. I suppose this is all long-winded way of saying you ought to move on and meet her like we never got to. And when you do, tell her we're all still believers in the cause and in her and her mother. You'll do that, won't you? I'm having a hard time today. Great seeing you again, Sam. You really are one in a million. Oh, so I started using that chiral network to look into the history of the whole Ludens thing. I don't have it all figured out yet, but it's clear that it was pretty important. I mean, the game it symbolized was freaking huge, completely unlike anything that had come before. It exploded man's potential, yeah, it exploded man's potential to play in exactly the way Huizinga described when he coined the phrase "Homo ludens." He had this theory that play was older than had yeah, he had this theory that play was older than even culture itself and was at the heart of what made us who we are. I believe that if we can rediscover the kind of play he was talking about, we can undo the damage caused by chiral contempt, rid the world of Homo Gestalt and Homo demons once for all. Once and for all. To think that game could be the key to saving humanity. Alright, mules and drones. Bridge's primary objective is to rebuild America, and in order to rebuild, one of our main tasks is to reconnect cities and other settlements by reestablishing a delivery network. Back before the Death Stranding, the comms and delivery networks were what held society together. The whole thing was automated, AI managed, deliveries carried out by drones. The belief was that taking people out of the equation would revolutionize the entire system, but things didn't quite pan out that way. Instead, we started seeing cases of what would eventually be dubbed drone syndrome. It was too much for some folks to accept, leaving everything to machines and nothing for the common man. And indeed, the oxytocin deficiency and hormone imbalances were confirmed seemed to back up assessment. Humanity needs to be part of the process, so laws were put in place and we stepped back into the picture again. And then what happened? All the people put out of work by machines who get called up again uh, convinced themselves society couldn't survive without them, and that brought on a whole new disorder, delivery dependency syndrome. When the Death Stranding tore us apart, the delivery problem spiraled even further. It wasn't helped any by the fact that chiral clouds prevented planes and drones from flying, which meant we had to go back to relying completely on human couriers, whether we liked it or not. Eventually, delivering goods became all some lived for. They were obsessed, addicted, consumed by the desire to deliver. Over time, they turned into the mules we love today. Humanity's biggest problem: logistics. War and famine have been inescapable parts of human life since the rise of our species. While the fall of America hasn't changed the fundamental truth, it's fair to say that these issues aren't pressing concerns. Can you remember the last time you heard of a prepper dying of starvation, much less someone in the Knot City? No. No one's fighting over water or oil or anything else, which isn't to say that people don't occasionally run out of supplies. That's almost never because real shortage. It's usually a problem with logistics. In fact, it was to address such problems that the president created bridges and developed the chiral network. Yeah, no one's that desperate. Everybody's got enough for themselves, which is what's led to the real problem. It's all too easy for people to become isolated from one another and eventually forget that others even exist. People are free to live for themselves for the moment, without a care for the future. The president understands this better than anyone, and I know just how much it pained her. Chiral network experiments between Central and Capital One. Madam President, this will be our new office from today. Relocation of your office residence has also been completed, and the entire medical team has been brought along as well. Rest assured, the information regarding this move has been shared on a need-to-know basis only. I understand that following the loss of New York, you wish to direct the reconstruction efforts from Central Knot City, but in light of the recent separatist activity on the eastern border, we no longer consider it safe. We'll see to it that the people continue to believe you are in Central and Bridges HQ will operate as normal. As per your orders, the network research team and delivery systems management have all been covertly transferred here to Capital Mountain. We are doing our utmost to expedite testing of the chiral network links between Central and Capital, while not neglecting or your immediate medical needs, of course. This will be our base of operations for the next stage in the fight to rebuild. Okay, so this is the second part of that. Madam President, I'm happy to report that the trial run was a success. The connection between Central and Capital was established without incident. No chiral spikes or other irregular. Can't say that today. Regularity. The Cupid functioned with acceptable parameters as well. There's still a lot of work to do. Chiral holograms, chiral printing, and data recovery have yet to be proven viable. But the confirmation that data can be sent via the chiral network is a huge step forward for the UCA. Our next step will be to use Cupids to establish connections with other cities. Preparations for the second expedition are already underway. We're still trying to track Sam down, but as soon as he's back with us, he'll be given his new command. Mules and local porters. When people hear mules, they think junkies driven crazy by the desire to steal supplies we so desperately need to survive. Lucky for us, not all couriers are predisposed to this condition. Not all mules, in fact. They were professionals once, and some still are. Some even complete proper deliveries from time to time. Fragile Express has been known to use them, along with independent porters, for those at risk of losing it. They say the only way to stave off the syndrome is to join a distro organization with strong leadership and support to help keep you on the straight and narrow. Or you can strike out on your own, but that's no easy path. There's a reason guys who run solo have a reputation for being bold. Mike's secret. Before the stranding, the whole world was connected. There were networks, social networks, called them, that people used to communicate all the time. They shared all sorts of stuff through them. Random thought, a pretty picture, a home movie, you name it. And if you liked something that someone else had uploaded, you let them know by giving them, well, a like. Sounds weird, I know, but that's the truth. Eventually, someone ran tests on the users of these networks and discovered that receiving a like triggered a rush of oxytocin. The theory was that it stemmed from a sense of being acknowledged. Even though you couldn't see the person you were interacting with, it still felt like they were accepting you, praising you, and who wouldn't like that? But that same process is at the heart of the mule phenomenon. It's believed that an overdependence on the oxytocin rush provided by these kinds of interactions is a factor in porters going rogue. With this in mind, it wouldn't be wrong to characterize mules as oxytocin addicts. In essence, they're social animals at the mercy of validation. Bridge babies. Look, I'm kind of new here at Bridges, so I don't know if any of this will be useful to you. Still, I'm happy to talk about BBs if that's what you want. They call me Deadman, on account of my familiarity with the dead, get it? We've always been on good terms, you see. Used to have regular little chats back when I worked in the morgue. Anyways, that's also the reason I work on BB maintenance and research, to learn more about those who are no longer with us. But I digress. Fact is, BBs were already being issued to our forces in the field before I joined Bridges. What's more, research into the little guys had already been conducted long ago, but no one took the plunge and put what they discovered to practical use. Still, what that did mean is that when Bridges wanted to build our own BBs, most of the work had already been done for us. They just needed to follow the instructions manual, so to speak. Which isn't to say that we have any idea how they work, no, or not how they can detect BTs or how they can connect this world with the other side. We still have much to learn about our little friends, but one thing is certain, their continued study will lead us to a greater understanding of the stranding and of life and death itself. That much I can assure you. Well, I think that's about all I have to tell you today. Hopefully, I'll have something new to share next time we chat. Next time we chew the fat. Okay, see you around, I guess. BB echolocation. Dolphins use sensory mechanism known as echolocation to keep track of both their fellow pod members and any potential prey. As the name suggests, they produce sounds which bounce off objects and return as echoes, allowing them to get an idea of their surrounding. Interesting and of itself, of course, but what I find far more interesting is the recent research suggesting that BBs use a similar method to detect BTs. As you know, BB pods are designed to mimic the conditions inside a human womb and are the key for preserving the BB's condition with this world and the next. Well, recent research now suggests that BBs are capable of producing something not unlike a dolphin's sound waves. These pulses travel through the amniotic fluid and out the other side, bounce off BTs and return as echoes, allowing a BB to ascertain the location of threats. Pretty cool, right? Fear as pleasure. Whether they realize it or not, the people of our fallen nation suffer greatly as a result of the separation and isolation we all must endure. That's why oxytocin supplementation is so vital. However, not all of us require it to survive. In fact, recent studies have shown something very interesting indeed, an increase in the number of people who regard fear not as a stressful experience to be avoided, but as a pleasurable one to be sought out. In humans, the amygdala regulates the emotional responses to fear and pleasure, introducing stimuli. Some scientists theory that because the contradictory emotions are processed by the same region, we may have the capacity to convert one into the other. Conversely, were the two governed by different parts of the brain, such transformation would be impossible. In an age when threats such as BTs, timefall, and terrorism abound, could the ability to experience fear as pleasure serve as a useful mutation, an adaptation even? I don't see why. Timefall. This one's from Hartman. The timefall was first recorded when the Death Stranding occurred, and despite all the years that have passed since then, we are no closer to understanding how or why it accelerates the passage of time for the objects and organisms it touches, or why it immediately turns to ordinary water, having done so. Some researchers have gone as far as to posit this process as stealing time. As for why timefall is observed only in certain places, all that we can know for certain is that it is somehow affected by local chiral vibration. This is merely a hunch, but something in me suspects that the Death Stranding may have warped our perception of the passage of time. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, you understand. We humans can conceive of our own deaths and even of the possibility of a place beyond death, yes? We have the capacity to conceptualize the future, an evolutionary advantage which aided our developments as a species. Well, what if timefall has given us a new, supercharged version of this essential ability, one that will take us to the next stage of our evolution? Perhaps we wouldn't need to hole ourselves up in the not cities. Perhaps in time, the Death Stranding will come to be seen as a phenomenon that saved our species. Exciting thoughts? I'm sure you agree. I, for one, can't wait to set out on our journey. Who knows what awaits us? Sorry about the jets in the background, guys. I can't do much about those. Necrosis and the ancient Egyptian view of life and death. The Egyptians believed that we humans were composed of two elements, the Ha and Ka, the body and the soul. Various texts expound upon the nature of upon their nature in detail, but perhaps it is simplest to conceive of them as follows: soul in that which joins with the child in the womb and gives life to the body. It is also what departs the body upon death. Ergo, the body is simply a vessel. Should the soul return to it, it will live again. This is precisely what is observed in near-death experiences, a soul separated, albeit briefly, from its body. The Egyptians believed death not to be an instantaneous change of state, but a process by which the soul moves from one realm to another. But this process itself is changed, thanks to the Death Stranding. In the normal order of things, when death occurs, the soul vacates the body and passes into the seam. From there, it transitions to the beach, and only then on to the world of the dead. But after the stranding, a soul that has already made its journey to the beach may attempt to return to its body in this world. It was hard to believe at first, but the process of necrosis provided proof of this phenomenon that was difficult to deny. This is why it is imperative that we burn the bodies of the dead. The body must be destroyed to sever the link with the soul. Only then will the soul be free to journey to the world beyond. Chiral symmetry. The word chiral comes from the Greek pair, meaning hand. Compare your left with your right. They seem similar in both size and shape, yes. Now face your palms away from you and place one hand over the other. Your shapes do not overlap exactly, but place your palms together and voila, a match. It is as if one hand is the mirror image of the other, but again, if you were to actually compare the mirror image of your hand to itself, we would see that the two are not identical. This is the essence of chirality, the state in which the mirror image of a shape does not match the original. It has been theorized that BTs are mirror images of ourselves. Were we to exist in the same point in time and space, our shapes, as it were, would not overlap neatly onto one another, save in reflection. And when our particles meet, their opposites avoid out occurring. The new form of communication we have devised utilizes beaches, which are akin to mirrors reflecting this world and the other, hence the term chiral network. Chiralium. You would like to know more about chiralium? Well, wouldn't we all? I am happy to present the latest theories, but you must be aware that this is all that they are, theories. Chiralium, like dark matter, was born along with our universe and has existed ever since. It's not in a dimension we were able to perceive. Until now, it is the beach that gives us access to the dimension, and with it, knowledge of chiralium's existence. Not just knowing of it, of course. We have since observed its coalescing into crystalline form and reordered measurable physical and mental effects in individuals exposed to it. It has reshaped our understanding of the reality and proven instrumental in the formulation of the multiverse theory of beaches. Chiral matter is not affected by the passage of time. As far as these particles are concerned, no one has lapsed since the Big Bang. Or none has elapsed. Little wonder they escaped our notice for so long, until man and BT first came together in Void Out and left nothing but chiralium in their wake. Many of these claims are yet to be verified, but I believe that this is a fair summary of the scientific community's current consensus on the matter. No pun intended. I shall soon be heading west with the first expedition, and I look forward to learning more about chiralium and its connections to the beach along the way. Chiral contamination 1. Chiral contamination is the result of prolonged exposure to chiral radiation, which is emitted by chiralium, a substance discovered at the same time as the beach. Prolonged exposure can significantly impact the physical and mental health. The effects are not dissimilar from these observed in individuals exposed to extremely high levels of stress, levels which can be fatal even. Such traumatic experiences can alter hormonal secretions, impair immune response, contribute to heart failure, and induce strokes. The most common symptom of chiral contamination is poor sleep quality due to vivid nightmares. If left unchecked, however, it can quickly progress a more advanced stage in which the aforementioned issues may be observed. Potential impact on an individual's mental health cannot be understated. The resulting hormonal imbalances frequently led to heightened destructive impulses towards self and others. Those dominated by such urges are named homodemons, the mad ones. In the case of some porters, such as mules, impaired memory and judgment has led them to develop rational obsession with their profession, hence the Homo Gestalt moniker. While it should be feasible and preferable for most individuals to avoid chiral contamination at all costs, there are those with a demonstrated resistance who need not be so cautious. I speak, of course, of dooms sufferers. Chiral contamination 2. Chiral contamination can be alleviated using similar methods to those used to alleviate stress. Increasing oxytocin secretion through contact with other people, administering smart drugs, and so forth. In recent years, however, a hormone dubbed lysine, known to mitigate the effects of chiral contamination while also restoring basic physical and mental acuity, has attracted a great deal of attention from the scientific community. Unlike oxytocin, lysine cannot be administered externally. It is secreted within the body, but only in response to external stimuli. It is said to be the hormone principally responsible for the positive feeling that occurs when one achieves a goal, enjoys success, receives praise or gratitude, or any other form of like from a fellow human being. The discovery of beaches and the concept of death. With the discovery of the beach, the fundamental truth of death was upended. I doubt you will find many who would deny this. Alas, we can say little with confidence in any objective or scientific capacity, for our understanding of this new realm remains in its infancy and is ever evolving, much like our understanding of the universe as a whole. Perhaps the closest thing we have to a working explanation of the beach relates to the conception of a multiverse, but I disagree. The beach is arguably both a concept and a reality. A discrete beach is influenced by the mind of an associated individual, therefore linked to them irrevocably. This is why we have so energetically pursued the psychoanalytical, and neuroscientific angles when attempting to create a unified theory of the Death Stranding, the beach, and related phenomena. There was a fad a while back in which subjects underwent counseling in order to learn more about their beaches, and in so doing gain a greater understanding of the nature of death. Doom sufferers in particular provided excellent opportunities for study. An interesting theoretical question arose during that period. If a person's beach was a product of their consciousness, might animals have beaches as well? A conundrum on the surface, perhaps, but one quickly resolved. Only human corpses undergo necrosis and become BTs, which proves somewhat conclusively that only a human can possess a beach. And yet, this begs another question. If all that is required is consciousness akin to that of a human, could an AI have a beach, an android? I, for one, no doubt believe so. Why? Because the function of our beaches is to connect the worlds of the living and the dead. If an entity was never born, has not truly lived, and will never know death, surely it cannot have a beach. Egyptian mummies, pyramids, etc. At what point can it be said that man truly understood what it meant to die? It would seem reasonable to suggest that it was when he began to bury his dead, practice which originated in the Netherlands. In a way, one might say that our growing understanding of death drove our development as a species. Our fear of it, our attempts to conquer it, why? It could be argued our entire history revolved around those obsessions. Take the Great Pyramids of Egypt, or the tomb of the ancient emperors of China. The more powerful the person, the bigger the grander their final resting place. Or, to pose a more radical theory, could the very concepts of power and society themselves have emerged solely to facilitate the creation of such monuments, such challenges to the finality of death? Either way, in leaving behind something they hoped might endure through the ages, the builders of these edifices believe that they too might live on forever. The mummies of the Egyptians are another means by which man sought to fulfill this desire to escape the finality of death. They were created that the spiritual self, the Ka, would have a physical vessel or Ha to which it could return. The Shokushinbastu, or mummified monks of Buddhism, are similar in their respect. However, the monks in question aim to transition straight from life to Buddhahood, in other words, to forgo death altogether. But now that the beach has brought us into direct contact with the world beyond, our relationship with death must further evolve. The next stage in our understanding is upon us. The Egyptian view of the brain. It is common nowadays to think of the personality, the mind, of consciousness as a whole, as a phenomena born exclusively of the brain. However, to the ancient Egyptians, things were different. They believed that a person's soul, their spiritual essence, resided in the heart. As a result, the mummification process involved the removal of all internal organs save this one, the brain included. To the Egyptians, a man's Ka was represented by and contained within the heart, whereas the Ha was made up of other organs and the remainder of the flesh. Hardly a picture compatible with a modern medical science. But consider for a moment the BBs which porters utilize in their field and the brain-dead still mothers to which they are bound. Could it not be said that in turning our attention away from the brain and towards the heart, the womb, the umbilicals, and in our quest to grow closer to the world of the dead, that we are perhaps returning to the old ways? Corals of the sea. Life began in the oceans, and as it evolved, it graduated to the land. At least this is what was believed until recently. To creatures of the sea, the land is a harsh and unforgiving place. Given this, what could possibly have compelled these organisms to make such a drastic transition? Consider that fossils of the first fish to adapt themselves to land have been found in regions with unusually large tidal range. Could it be that these creatures developed legs in order to more swiftly return to the safety of the sea when stranded? Could their evolutionary leap have been triggered by this traumatic experience? If so, could similar circumstances have shaped the evolution of the coral-like organisms that inhabit the sea, and driven them to develop an ability to live between life and death, between time and timelessness? Coral is, after all, older than any organism of the land, and hardy enough to have weathered the mass extinction of 540 million years ago. And it is a life form upon which many other organisms rely for survival. Bearing all this in mind, one could argue that the ability to survive in the sea is indicative of a profound evolutionary leap. Repatriates and void outs. I've come across a number of old reports which makes mention of humans who have certain powers which have led to them becoming known as repatriates. As we know, when a human and a BT come into contact, a void out results, which is analogous to what physicists would term an annihilation event. These events occur when matter meets antimatter, and mass is converted violently and abruptly into energy. The process is highly efficient, though some energy is lost to the production of neutrinos. Similarly, in a void out, vast amounts of energy are released, resulting in destruction on a devastating scale, which leaves behind a large crater. Void outs triggered by contact with repatriates, however, consistently result in smaller craters. It is suspected that this is because energy is lost to the beach in the same manner that it is lost to neutrino production in a conventional annihilation event. And that is the case of repatriates. The amount of energy lost is particularly high. That said, how the repatriate's body survives intact is a far bigger mystery, and one on which I will refrain from commenting until I have had the chance to examine one in the flesh. One notable repatriate is Sam Strand, a former member of Bridges Bridges 1, who left some years ago, and has been making his way in the world as a porter ever since. I do hope I get to meet him someday, considering how invaluable he could be in advancing our understanding of the true nature of beaches and the Death Stranding. BTs are reaching out to us. 2.4 million years ago, Homo habilis started to craft stone tools. Hands are so very important, don't you think? Our other sensory organs passively interpret data. Our eyes light, our ears sound, our noses smell, our mouths taste, but hands are different. To touch requires conscious action, to grasp more so, to connect that which is in our left hand with that which is in our right, still more. And the handprints we see when BTs seek out humans, why, I'd say that's just evidence of our otherworldly friends yearning to forge a connection. They're reaching out to us, attempting to bridge the gap between realm of the dead and that of the. Interesting. I didn't think of it that way. Chiral network. So the core infrastructure is complete. The basic Cupid ready chiral network setup is good to go. Now all we have to do is connect Chiral Knot City to Capital and prove that it actually works. Sadly, I won't be here to see. I've been assigned to the expedition team's second group, so I'll be headed west with the others. But the people in charge here are the best of the best. They'll have the network operational inside of 3 years, just as planned. I'm sure of it. And while they're seeing to that, we'll be visiting towns and whatnot across the country and putting the facilities in place for when things are finally up and running. Amelie and the others in the lead group will be forging the connections, laying the groundwork to make sure everything goes to plan. Afterwards, we'll just need to link it all up with operational Cupid, and that should be that. It's kind of like the Apollo mission back in the day. They used a 3-stage rocket to get to the moon, right? Well, we're using a 3-stage process to do something almost as revolutionary. Preppers. When I was a little girl, my father told me that preppers were people who decided long ago that they couldn't trust their nation to be there for them anymore, that the bonds between us had grown weak long before Death Stranding. We once had a network spanning the whole wide world that could send items from anywhere to anywhere and connect anyone with anything, but still we were isolated. Still we were alone. Some liked it that way and even wanted more. They wanted walls along their borders, wanted to turn away refugees and out. Some even wanted new nations all their own. They began to see the state as an enemy of their freedom, not a protector of it. The ones most far gone, they didn't trust the country to defend them if something went really wrong. War, terrorism, natural disaster, you name it. So they built shelters and stocked full of supplies in preparation for the worst. And then the worst happened, the Death Stranding. America ceased to exist, and their shelters became their homes, where they would live and they would die. But while they hadn't prepared to live there forever, which is why they wound up relying on us couriers so heavily. My father and I didn't want to go back to the old America. We didn't want a country that had pushed people apart. We wanted one that brought them together, that allowed them to support one another. And that was what we tried to work. Cryptobytes. We call these bugs cryptobytes. They were recorded in reference books and databases back before the Death Stranding, but nobody ever thought to give them a proper classification, so cryptobytes. They're named for the process of cryptobiosis, which means hidden life. When environmental conditions get too harsh or resources too scarce, cryptobytes can shut down their metabolic process and enter an almost death-like state in order to survive. Tardigrades and sleeping chironomids are capable of this too, but cryptobytes are on a whole other level. They can survive anything and anywhere, even on the beach or in the sea, and they're capable of prolonging only their own lives. Humans who eat them acquire a limited resistance to timefall too. You won't find them lying around just anywhere, though. You need to know where to look. Not many people even knew they existed until recently. The next to no research has been done, but now that their beneficial properties have been recognized, I'm willing to bet they'll play an important role in helping us to understand the beach, the Death Stranding, and 2 years ago, distribution center west of Capital Knot City. It's been about a year now since we came here with the rear guard. The first folks through did us the favor of setting up the chiral relay and patching things up before we arrived. So we're doing all right. Not so sure about everyone else though. Folks back home sound kind of freaked out. We don't know what's going on in Central or Capital, let alone how Amelie and the others who kept heading west are doing. But something doesn't feel right. What's more, a lot of these guys have developed some kind of agoraphobia, like the thought alone of going outside scares the shit out of them. See, the distro centers and way stations around these parts here aren't like the ones back east. They're much more isolated, out in the middle of nowhere. Can't help but feel cut off from the world. And there's not a lot of staff on hand either, which means you often have to do the work of 2 guys, which can make it that much lonelier too. And then you factor in the terrorism rumors. Also, is it just me or does it feel like there's more mules out there these days? Don't get me wrong, I know they're not out to get us. All they want is our cargo, right? Well, that doesn't change the fact that they're not making our work any easier, especially since a lot of these guys used to be first-rate reporters and could run rings around us if they hadn't, Still, for now, the network systems are up and running, and we're just holding out for the day when the second expedition comes through with a working Cupid. Till then, we'll keep things chugging along. That much we can do for Bridges and country, right? Timefall and power failures. I volunteered to join Bridges, signed up with my brother, Victor. See, we both remembered when America was still America, when we still had planes and satellites, when we were still connected to everyone and everything. The world was different, bigger, and we wanted it back. He was chosen for the first expedition and hit the road damn near straight away. Me, I got to hang back here in Central, which was okay, I guess. Corpse disposal means taking our fair share of timefall in the line of duty. You get a sense for it after a while, sixth sense for when the clouds are about to open up. Of course, the clouds themselves are a big tell, and in inverse rainbows, a guaranteed you're in for some. But there are smaller signs too: changes in the air, a smell on the wind. When it hits, uh, you've got power outages to deal with. Far as I understand it, which ain't all that far. It's to do with high concentrations of chiralium causing electromagnetic interference or something, which also interacts with water and kicks up clouds, ozone, which then make the temperature drop like a rock. Anyways, I may be used to timefall, but that don't mean I'm immune to it. Believe me, I'm younger than I look. My big bro'd take a lot of pleasure in telling you that if he could see me now. So the power outages they're talking about, we noticed that when we're riding the bike, head into a timefall area and the bike just like stalls. That's because of the temporary power outage. The lake at Ground Zero. When I first laid eyes on the lake here at Ground Zero, I was blown away by the sheer size of it. I never imagined anything could be so huge. This was just after the Death Stranding, and not many people had seen the craters up close yet. Back when I was still living with my parents and my brother on the East Coast, an explosion like nothing the world had seen before tore a gaping hole in the heart of America. There were all kinds of rumors floating around at the time that it was a meteor, that it was a nuke dropped by another country. It was just a kid, but even I could tell the adults didn't have a clue. So you can imagine how I felt. And then we found out there had been other explosions, not just here in America, but the world over. By the time we learned they were void outs and what void outs were, the country was pretty much done. But hey, that was then and this is now, and things are looking up. I just got told my kid brother's still alive. Word is, he's heading up corpse disposal team in Capital Knot City. Handled his shit well enough to get picked for the second expedition. 3 more years and he'll be out here with me. Can't wait to see him. That was Igor and Victor talking about their brothers, about each other. Chiralium coatings. Truth is, we discovered it by dumb luck. Folks had made a point of building cities out of timefall regions, outside of timefall regions, but the way station and the distro centers were a different story. No way around it. Really, even through all that exposure, meant they'd deteriorate quicker. But when you're keeping an eye out for things deteriorating, you soon notice how chiralium crystals react when exposed to timefall, which is to say, not at all. They showed no signs of degradation whatsoever, stayed rock solid even after getting soaked. It sort of made sense. Chiralium comes from the beach, right? And over there, time doesn't pass. Timefall had no effect on the crystals because they may as well exist outside of time. And when we ran a few experiments, that's pretty much what we confirmed. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not build way stations out of chiralium, right? Yeah, if only. Turns out overexposure to that stuff is lethal, and it can't be stored in large quantities either. Still, at least the chiralium coatings we came up with do just enough to keep the rot manageable. That's something. Oxytocin. Back before the stranding, people didn't rely on smart drugs like oxytocin so much, probably because they weren't so damn isolated. Me and my brother Igor, we got separated from our folks after the first void out. Shit was crazy. I was just a kid, but he was even younger. Too young to have to go through all that. Spending night after night, holed up in those ruins. It was rough, but we had each other, held each other close to stay warm, and it made things better. Docs would tell you that oxy's doing its thing. The hormone the body releases when we touch each other. It's why mothers form bonds with their kids when they hold them and other stuff like that. But with the comms network not what they were, It's more dangerous than ever to go outside, and even when you when you got other people around, they don't seem too keen to make physical contact. Collective aversion due to an ingrained fear of BTs and void outs, or so I've been told. Add it all up, and you got yourself people that's isolated, scattered, stressed out, and insecure. So we've got no choice but to supplement our oxy levels, fill the void left by physical affection with chemical TLC. Pretty fucked up, am I right? I know we used to go to war over race and religion and all that back in the day, but that had to be better than living like this. Why planes and drones can't fly. Know what I wanted to be when I was a kid? An astronaut. Believe it or not. It must be hard to imagine now, but back before the stranding, the skies were full of drones, airplanes, all kinds of crap zipping back and forth, continent to continent. Some that even went up into the outer space. But the chiral clouds put an end to all that. Nothing flies now. Nah. It all comes crashing down, and my dreams with it. Damned clouds mess with flight systems somehow. Don't ask me how. Eat up comm signals too, which is how come long distance signals can't get through anymore. That's why we've got no idea what's happening in other countries. Set us back more than a century in that respect. People talk a lot about how the stranding sent us scrambling for the cities, severed the bonds between us, but it did more than that. It severed the land from the sky. Dooms and zodiacs. Astrologers like me are used to having our work dismissed incorrectly, of course, and unscientific mumbo jumbo. But since the Death Stranding, more and more people have started to take an interest in what's known as astrophysiological, the discipline that combines astrology with various forms of physiology. The fact that each person has a beach to which they spiritually connected, or which they are spiritually connected, has doubtless contributed to this trend. These days, there are even psychotherapists who use astrological techniques in their counseling sessions. Perhaps the most interesting recent development of all, however, is the discovery that an alignment of celestial bodies at the moment of one's birth can influence one's relationship with the condition known as dooms. Of course, chiralium in the Earth's atmosphere means that it's difficult, dare I say impossible, to actually observe the constellations at any point. To come to the conclusion that they therefore have no effect upon human lives, however, would be a foolish error indeed. Order's note number 1 to our beloved daughter. I hope you'll get the chance to read this one day. Picturing you doing just as I write helps me get my thoughts in order. I want to tell you about your mother. We used to work together way back before you were born. That's how we met, on the road, making deliveries to try to get America back on her feet. She was from a military family, raised by parents who taught her to take care of others, come what may, who gave her the tools to do the job right and proper. And sure enough, she was tough as they come, and brilliant to boot. Knew all there was to know about guns, medicine, you name it. But more than that, what drew me to her was compassion, a burning desire to help those in need. Your mother, she believed the country was once a beacon of hope and freedom, and that it was her responsibility to help bring folks back together. Hearing her talk like that, I couldn't help but fall hard. I would have given anything, done anything to make her dream a reality. Before I knew it, she'd become my beacon, promise of what could be. And you're that promise fulfilled, proof of what's possible, child of my call to arms. We're not done yet. Hardly even started and far from finished. Think they got away with it, covered up the tracks, and took us out for good measures. No one knows, and no one ever will. That's what they'd believe. But we're still here, still remembering, and we still have the stomach for it, don't we? I know I do, and I think you do too. So stand with me and fight. We'll destroy the fake future Bridges is building for us, and reclaim what's rightfully ours. So that's from the Homo Demons. From mother to daughter. I'm sorry, 5 years isn't enough time to get your bearings, much less live a life. You were the only one I could save, could only dig graves for the others, and then for you, in the end, dig and grieve, and try to make amends. All that's left to me is her, my daughter, my sole remaining glimmer of hope. Our future may be broken, but it's not beyond repair. Futures are fragile things, but my daughter's made of stronger stuff. She has what it takes to pick up the pieces and put them back together again. I hope, I pray. That must be Fragile's mom. And I think this one is from her father. Alright, we're finally caught up on those, which is good. Cool. It's a lot of little backstory stuff. Alright, so I think we've already checked on Baby, but we'll do it again just in case. I know we've drank the drinks. Head out. I love the little nightmares he has. Alright, let's really check on him this time.
Hey, baby.
Sam, access the Lake Knot City delivery terminal.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Sam, to review. Your present objective is to extend the Cairo network from Lake Knot City to South Knot City. To that end, you'll need to utilize prepper shelters as way stations. Frankly, it won't be easy. Fragile's tried to get some of them on board, but you know how preppers are. More than a few won't want anything to do with the UCA. So we've got to prove to them they're better off with us. Figure out what they need and what we can provide, and then deliver. Do that, and they just might agree to join us. All right, get to it. The list of orders is on the terminal.
An empty container tagged with a fake ID, aka decoy cargo. Could be useful for fooling folks who can't get enough of other people's deliveries.
Yeah, as it says, you know, it's for distracting mules. We'll craft one, but we probably won't use it. Because I need to make sure that we craft one of everything. I've already crafted those. Crafted those. Craft one of these just to have it crafted. We might hang on. No, we're not. I'd rather just fight them. I don't like that Mauser gun. All right. So our first one. Oh, we have a memory chip.
I say, I don't know what I did to deserve such kindness.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, so we got a couple different ones. So the engineer is a good one. Elder, crap. We're gonna start. You know what? We can just do them all. Yeah. They don't weigh that much. Elder's a bitch to get to. Crafter's easy, the engineer's easy. I just wanted that cargo in there. There we go. We got to get a little farther past the engineer to the next district center. And then there's a guy over there we're going to go. As soon as we get over there, we're going to do his quest, because I want the cover.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
I don't think we have to deal with too many BTs going this way, generally, but we'll see.
You're passing through mule territory. Move fast and quiet, as if they see you. If they catch you, to think that their parents were porters like you who risked life and limb to try and keep our country together. And now their broken children carry on the work without any understanding of what it once meant. It's a ritual to them, the delivery, an insatiable addiction. They'll be coming for you to get their next fix.
Have a pleasant journey.
So this is where we're going to start paying attention to placement of other
Have a
people's
pleasant journey.
structures and start trying to build more of a connection with some of those people that
Weapons
have
restrictions
decently placed
lifted.
structures.
Did I just piss myself?
Looks like we got some packages over there for a lake we might grab real quick. So this is one of the road stations. And we are going to help contribute to these as much as possible. We will be building roads as we go. Just makes traveling so much easier.
A highway used to run through there back in the day. The first expedition team left behind a paver, but to finish the job, you'll need more than that.
This is why we needed so many crystals. Alright, so we need 600 resins and 700 metals. Okay. Well, let's go grab these couple packages over here that are going to Lake Knot, and then we can go grab some resources. There's also a memory chip out here somewhere. I don't remember exactly where, but we'll find it. But we're going to grab these 2 Lake Knot packages, take them back, grab some resources, and come back. Of course, we will have to find a vehicle, because I don't think we have one over here yet. Or progress a little farther, I think to the engineer to get our bike. It's either the engineer or the distribution center. Maybe it was the construction guy, I don't remember. It's one of these first early places though, we get our first bike. One of the other things that we are going to build over here, I think, for us, let's check this too for packages. We're going to build a, oh, I don't need a P. We're going to build a watchtower to temporarily check the area. We'll use that when we come back. So let's go grab that. So we needed 600. I don't remember what it was. I think it was 600 resin and
Beginning scan.
maybe a 600 metal? 700 resin?
Verifying ID. Construction weapon. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
I don't know that we need as many grenades and stuff as we have either.
Decontaminating. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Probably plenty to put in there, so let's deliver our lost cargo.
Hey man, how's it going? Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, at least finished our 3 stars. Oh wow, this section is less than the other section. So each section had its own amount of stuff we could do? Bandwidth? Because we had like 1,000 bandwidth in the other.
Until the next delivery then. Stay safe. Good work.
What do they have? They have the ceramics and the metals. Like resins, I think. Resins? Yes, it was resins. We needed 100. I think it was 700 metal. That might be too much for now, though. Alright, well, we gotta come back anyway. We gotta come back to pick up our grenades and stuff. So.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
This gets much easier when we get a vehicle, but getting the roads done as we go is a priority. It just makes the traveling so much easier. It covers gaps and rivers and all that stuff. I neglected it the first run for quite a while. And since the resources replenish fairly regularly in the stations here. It's good to do this so that we can just keep roads being built as we get supplies from them.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Too close.
Once we get our first vehicle, we can just load up the vehicle and drag it over here. Especially when we start seeing trucks. That'll be the big one. Oh, it was ceramics. So 600 ceramics. Alright, so we gotta bring 600 ceramics. Isn't bad. But we should be able to carry the 600 ceramics and all that load together. You can see there's the mules, but maybe it was over there. I know there's a... somewhere right around in this area is a memory chip. There's the mules place. We also have the watchtower there, it looks like. But yeah, they patrol this dirt road and this river and all that. But this is the engineer. That is the next place we're going, the craftsman, and that is the elder's kind of a pain to get vehicles up to at least. I want to say the memory chip is like. We'll get it. I'm going to try and do 100% this run. I need to get the achievements and stuff that we didn't get on the last run. So that's kind of the goal. So I enjoyed the game.
Scanning Bridges ID.
It's a beautiful, well-designed game.
Clear. Weapons detect. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Rest is advised. Good morning, Sam. Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Putting all the resin we took out back so we have it later for whatever.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. God damn it. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
So the other reason I want to do this early is because I want to get as many roads built as I can before other people's roads start showing up in my game. That way my roads have a better chance of showing up in other people's games. And the more they use my roads, the more likes I get, which helps my rating go up.
Looks like a way through.
So we just got a whole bunch of likes from doing that road as well. Oh, now you can see that's that portion of road. And we don't have upgrades for them, unfortunately. So I think we're gonna have to deal with these mules as we go. We're about to cross into their territory. There's one right there. What the heck? Damaged my goods because it knocked me down. Should be all of them. Alright, so let's pick up our normal stuff here. Not look like there's any more. There might be. Oh, there's the chip. Alright, so we're gonna want a lot of this metal and stuff for the next road. We're just gonna go down this way to the next road. Which I don't remember where that is. I think that's it there. Then we'll come back and pick up more of these metals and ceramics and stuff. Yeah, there might be more guys in there still. Well, I don't see their stuff moving around. But all these lockers will generally have metal and stuff too, so. But just having these guys have metals and ceramics makes this a lot easier. Dick. Couldn't recover from that when he like knocked me over. It wouldn't let me. Oh, it's probably because I had the rope out. It's not very quick at doing actions such as putting the rope away, switching weapons, all that stuff. There's a big time delay between that. So 660 metals and for 1,000, about 1,000 ceramics. Check their post box here. Oh, I left something there? collect this, and then just keep collecting and going back and forth. We're almost done with metals. We need 60 metal. 760. Unfortunately, there's a lot more metals laying around than there are ceramic. I could always take the metals back. Go put them in,
There we go.
go recycle them so they're at our station. I don't know that I want to do that. We will use the metals still, though. Need smaller amount. I might have to go grab metals from there anyways, or from the engineer over here. What did we leave on these guys? Let's check these guys and that other post box again. I don't think there was a smaller amount of metals. I don't think, generally it's 50s, it doesn't come in 60s. I don't want to waste a bunch of you know what, I'll do that. We just won't do the others, okay. As you can see, there are a lot of chiral crystals, but that is a destroyed previous bridge. We might collect those crystals here in a little bit. Need to finish grabbing the stuff back out of that post box too. But this way, these guys are taken care of for a little bit. Yeah, we damaged a little bit of cargo, I think, but I think we'll be fine. When it lights up like that, the cargo itself, that means it took damage. But a little bit of damage, first run to these guys shouldn't be a bad thing. Much less than they expect, that's for sure. You can see we put over in metal, but that's add, so we'll need a whole bunch of ceramics. We need 520 ceramics. No, he's got a post box right there. I kind of want to take all of the metals and shove them over in that post box. Let's go drop this stuff off. All of this in that post box right there. Then we're gonna go finish collecting all those metals. And we'll drop them all off in this post box.
Too close.
For the next section. Next section is where is it? I don't see it right this second.
God damn it.
I want to say it's on the other side of the river over there. We'll go grab all the loose stuff first, like off the guy over here still in the building, and then we'll go throw it all in the post box, and then we'll come back and get the other stuff. That was the last of that stuff. Container repair spray we might take as well. What's funny is when you're not paying attention and you overload this and you walk through here and it knocks them all off. And you're like, oh, I should have paid attention to that, you know. These tents will do that. I can't get them all right now. Sure, it doesn't matter. We're gonna be heavy. We'll run back for that one individual. I just wanted to let it down. Can't wait till we get our real exoskeleton, because this one is not very good. They have ones for speed, one for weight. And I think they have just a normal one that's an upgrade to this. Alright, so hopefully that extra large will fit in there when we come back with it. And we're gonna have to put, we'll have to take out like the container spray and stuff.
Damn it.
I didn't pay attention to our weight. It'll be close.
Yeah, just what I need.
We also need to go wade in the river to get some energy drink back. But from here, it should be a straight shot, so it's not too bad. Straight shot over to. Then we'll go from the engineer to the elder, and then to the constructor. I believe on the way up to the elder, we might run into BTs, if I remember correctly. Possibility for it. Also, going from Elder to Constructor, there's a chance for BT. I know that they're really light right here at the beginning. As far compared to later areas, like you'll find them everywhere later. Metals, so that was flake knot. But the other road constructor's not too far. Somewhere right over here. I'm just looking for it. Oh, we're not going to see it yet. That's why. It's in his territory. We got to get him on the network first, and then we'll see it. There's some more ceramics. We're going to stand here with our foot in the water to get our water back. That'll do. We gotta get this dude on the network, and then we'll see the next road thing. But hopefully he'll have some supplies for getting the other part of that up. I got a lot of Lake Knot City stuff here too that we can take back. We're gonna need a new skeleton.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
The duck, I almost hit the ceiling. We might dump a bunch of stuff here too. And go pick up all the Lake Knot stuff and dump it here temporarily.
Thanks. Sam Bridges, I presume? I've heard of you. The man trekking across the country trying to reconnect folks. I appreciate you bringing me this. I do. Times have been tough without Fragile Express to handle deliveries. Let me just check the cargo. Okay. Good. I don't see any serious damage. Should be able to perform the tests without issue. Thanks again.
He's mad it's not in perfect condition, but 25%? That kind of sucks, actually. Oh man, we're only gonna get, if we're lucky, an A. I think we're gonna get a B. Oh, we got an A.
I need you to understand something. It's about Fragile. You might have heard she helped terrorists, that she didn't care who got hurt. But I'm telling you, that's gotta be bullshit. Her and her people put their lives on the line to get us what we needed. She's a hero through and through. Look, I was born in this shelter. The only world I've ever known is within these walls. So when people talk about America, I can't even begin to imagine it. But if that Cupid connects me to everyone else, I won't have to. So yeah, I want to join the UCA. I want to see what I've been missing.
There we go. There's our power skeleton. That's the one we're going to be using.
And with that, my standalone 3D printer is capable of chiral printing. Assuming it works, the Evo Devo unit should enable me to replicate all kinds of archived objects. We can rebuild America one piece at a time. In the meantime, I can use the network to see what's going on in the cities, track mule and terrorist activity. It's like you brought me the whole wide world in that package. Thank you, Sam. Let's do business again. Oh yeah. I've got a little something I'd like you to put through its paces. An assist unit I developed myself. Works perfectly in sim trials, but I need someone to test it out on solid ground. And if it makes your job a little easier, all the better.
And that is the one we will start using.
Sam, active skeletons attach to your legs and augment your physical capabilities. The one you've got there is a load-bearing AS, designed to reinforce your joints. Just wearing an AS will provide additional support, but you can also boost it to maximize its potential. Go ahead and take it for a spin. You won't be disappointed.
Thank you kindly. Come around again soon.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Alright, so we are also going to... Oh, he wants to rest, so...
Okay. Move your butt.
So this one works better than the other one. It allows me to carry more weight a little faster. So we can fabricate different types, right? So we've got a gold one just because that's what we had unlocked before. These are by getting rep. If we really wanted to, we could rock all the gold stuff, but we don't have to. We should actually make one of each of these though, because we have to make one of everything. We'll keep them here. That way as we come through, we might pick them up next time. So, like if you look here, here's the gold one, so that's what it would look like. It's just gold. Nothing really special. Yeah, so this one goes back to Lake Knot, so that'll go on the left. Okay. But yeah, if you look at this one, it's the same thing, just silver. I just like the normal one. He does not have any ceramics, really. Alright, so... Where does this need? So that needs to go back to Lake, so we'll do that later, obviously.
You don't know how long I've wanted this. Thank you.
Alright, we got some stuff to read here in a second.
Thank you for your contribution.
Can't do that while he's sitting, so we'll have to do it. All about preppers. We made rounds of the local preppers when I first arrived here with Bridges 1. There should be some interviews floating around that the record team transcribed. Take a look if you get a chance. We were mainly sounding out the situation on the ground and trying to convince them to join the UCA, of course. But we already suspected they weren't the type to follow the herd. Why else would they be out here? Still, we found the odd community-minded soul among them. Not all were holed up in shelters by choice. Some were running from something others had just been born into the life. Getting the few we did to throw their lot in with the UCA was a pain in the ass, though. Didn't help that the chiral network wasn't up and running back then either. All we could do was put the parts in place and promise they were going to work someday. And now they finally do, thanks to you. Could be the skeptics might finally come around now that we can show as well as tell. You keep up the good work, you hear? Get us all back on the grid. There's an eggshell carving that we found again for Fragile. The Evo Devo unit. It seems a rather significant breakthrough has been achieved back at headquarters. They've successfully integrated an Evo Devo unit into a chiral printer. In case you're not familiar with them, Evo Devo refers to evolutionary development biology. Your genes, mouse genes, dinosaur genes, the genes of every living being are virtually identical, and yet we develop into such radically different organisms. Thus, a question arises. Why did such disparate life arise from the self-same building blocks? Evo Devo was the field of study that sought to solve that mystery, to lay bare the secrets of evolution. Before the advent of Evo Devo, it was thought that in order to reconstruct a dinosaur, we would require a sample of its DNA. However, thanks to this technology's ability to extrapolate from existing data, we could, with the correct stimulus, grow a dinosaur from the DNA of any living organism. We could, in essence, recreate the process by which dinosaurs evolved from primeval life forms. An Evo Devo unit applies these same principles to the problem of information and object reconstruction. With the help of the chiral network, we may take incomplete data and indeed incomplete objects and reproduce their complete forms. This data can be fed into chiral printers, et voila, partial data yields finished product. The tech isn't viable for everyday use just yet, but when it is, it will be of incalculable benefit to our research and bring our reconstruction efforts forward by a matter of decades. The chiral network 2. In a way, the chiral network makes use of the beach to allow us to travel through time. Sending large amounts of data takes large amounts of time, as you'd expect, but the thing about beaches is, well, time doesn't pass the same way as it does out here. Might not even pass at all. Think about how the light from the stars in the sky we see was produced thousands and thousands of years ago. Routing data through the beach is like jumping to a point earlier in that journey, thereby cutting it shorter, much shorter. Just imagine massive amounts of data transferred almost instantaneously. That's what we're trying to achieve with the chiral network in a nutshell. In theory, the network allows us to reconstruct old data that would otherwise be lost, and to do so with fragmented resources, using what's known as Evo Devo analysis. We could take the finger bone of a dinosaur, say, and extrapolate from that not only the dinosaur's form, but its composition, internal, external, even its thought processes to a degree. Anything's possible with chiral computing, in other words. We won't just be able to reunite a nation, we'll be able to reclaim everything we lost in the Death Stranding. More even, theoretically, we could go back as far as the birth of the planet and beyond, and thanks to the beach, we'll be able to compile all that data in one place and reduce the processing time for even the most complex analysis to effectively zero. Prepper interview the engineer. My horizons ain't exactly broad. That said, I'm not completely cut off from the outside world. I knew what Bridges was, and that they were trying to rebuild America, but when you're living down here, it's hard to see how that's got anything to do with you and yourself, am I right? My folks holed up in this shelter after the Death Stranding, had a kid and raised him in their slice of paradise, and together we lived off whatever Fragile Express was kind enough to bring our way. They told me tales about the good old days, but I've never had much of an imagination. Couldn't see how a country long gone was any concern of me and mine. As far as I figured, if Fragile Express was happy to keep bringing us stuff, we didn't need anybody else, and we certainly didn't need America, whatever that even was. But then, one day, I was looking at a part for this machine my dad put together. He was an engineer too, and I noticed something. It said, "Made in the USA," right there in tiny print. It got me thinking that America might not exist anymore, but the stuff Americans built is still around, making our lives a little bit easier even now. You could say the old country lives on in its work. Kind of like how my folks live on in me. They died a while back. Anyway, if they were American, I guess that makes me American too, and maybe this shelter is part of it all. Once I realized that, I started pouring my heart into building stuff to help you. You guys put the country back together. Cool. Alright. We're gonna try and stay on top of those from now on, just because we can. Go ahead and rest for a minute, so he'll stop panting like a dog. Let him sleep. So next we have the old dude, but we do want to go check and see the road stuff here. I think that's it right there. Oh no, it's not far from here though. It's just down the hill a little. But each section of road takes a different amount of materials based off of the length between the next connection.
Alright, that's one prepper way station. 2 to go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
That might be it on the other side down there. What do we got? We got Lake Knot City there, ceramics, more Lake Knot. That one goes to the engineer. Metals. You know, I kind of want to grab this one up here and bring it to the engineer while we're right here. Oh, we got 2 of them for the engineer. The ropes like this are pretty good just to get across so you don't get swept down because you have something to hang on to. I like ladders personally. Ooh, 160 ceramics plus that 40 over there. We might take both of those actually. Let's go grab that, and then let's we'll grab this ceramics. We'll come back and check out this post box. The Elder's up there on that hill, kind of far away. There's another engineer, 2 more. Yeah, we're gonna grab all those engineers on the way. And there's the sign for BTs. There is the other mule camp right there. So the thing is with this is it's like you either go through the mules and then up, or you go up through the thicker portion, which kind of sucks either way, but that's an extra large for him. I don't know that we'll be able to carry that. We'll try.
Just you. You're safe.
We didn't check that with the post box, right though. And a small for him there. Extra large over there. We got small, we'll come back at this small, get that extra large, and work our way back to him. BB does not like it when we're this low in the water, so we try not to do that too often. We've got all these ones for the engineer right here. We might as well grab them and get our stars up with them right now. But on the other side of that mule camp is the distribution center. And that's the area that we'll be getting our cover for our bag. So the lower portion of our bag here, that you can see is covered by straps here. That will be what the cover covers. So I can put like valuable stuff there that I don't want to have to deal with repairing all the time. So things like my grenades can sit on top because I don't care if they get damaged, but cargo could then go inside the cover. Oh, there's a lake knot, there's a medium engineer. I know, but buddy, it's cold. Don't know that we're going to be able to carry this.
Come on.
I am not seeing any bridges across here right now.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
This is all his lost cargo.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, hey. Good to see you. You've done more for us than we had any right to ask. Don't think we don't know that.
A lot of cargo. And there's the level 2. We'll be switching to that immediately.
Thanks. Until next time.
Good work. New.
There we go. Now we got the tier 2 of that. How many did I need? Did I say? I said it was like 360? Let's see if that's all the ceramics we need.
Thank you for your contribution.
Thanks. Until next time.
Back and check on our road over there.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And that'll tell us where it'll kind of lead us to the next road platform, which actually might be over there, come to look in. I don't remember where it weaves, but I want to say it takes a sharp turn that way. Like, I think there's one over there. I just can't quite see it. So what I need 160 is all? Okay. Maybe we can find 160 laying around, huh? Oh wow, let's grab that 400 metals. Might as well grab this 52. I could take some of this metal over to the engineer out of that post box as well. Sneezes while running in this game is not something that I need to be doing. Now there's some more ceramics. Another lake knot. Where is that other thing? Up here? There it is.
There we go.
Over here by these ceramics that we need for the other one. We got metals, we got another lake knot. We'll take all the metals that we currently have on us and put them in here.
There we go.
That one needs 590 metals, and a whole bunch of ceramics. Ceramics is always going to be the one that we're having a hard time finding. We needed 160 ceramics, and we now have 80. See, there's the next road thing right there. You see how close those two are? So if we would have finished the other one, it would have brought us across this water. I wonder if we'd be able to get 40 ceramics from the other guy. We should try.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't check the shared cargo there too. Maybe somebody left ceramics. Aww. He's at least happy when we're just floating like that.
Talk about hitting the wall hard.
I think I damaged that cargo too.
Oh, that's right. Let's just sit here for a second and meditate.
Alright. Problem is how low we are on stamina. We're gonna have to go back to Port Knot and rest. Timefall. That's not a good sign. So over there is Timefall. Alright, let's go. We need to at least get back over here to the engineer real quick.
Okay.
You know what? We have a ladder. Let's... So the road's gonna come off about here, so what if we... Let's do our ladder here. That way when we bring the motorcycle later, we can just go across the ladder on the motorcycle. The road might be farther up here as well. We'll adjust the ladder based off of what we come across.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked.
Hopefully he has 40 ceramics. Oop. Hey buddy, no ceramics. These three are going to Lake Knot. I mean, I might just make a trip back there. You know what? We could also... $32 ceramics is all that's in there. Get any ceramics for any of that.
Thank you for your contribution.
$40 ceramics short. What we're gonna be.
weapons restrictions lifted.
Maybe the road is. Yeah, that's where we need to put the ladder. Let's go grab our ladder. I don't know that that gave us another ladder. That's alright. What we need is it to be right here. Nope, that did not give us our ladder. Okay. Because that road turns right there and you can just run that and drive right down there. Really wish we had 40 more ceramics. I don't want to try to remember to bring 40 ceramics here later. Do we go? Trying to decide if we go to the Elder first or if we go to him first. I think if we go here first, might be a better. The Elder's gonna be pissed. His medicine's gonna be all fucked up by the time we get there. But we will be on the edge of mule territory over there as well. Well, let's take some of this metal with us over here, huh? We got a whole post box full of metal right here. Take whatever we can carry. Oh, we can take another small, I think. Yeah, we can take one more small. Oh, that's right. With this skeleton, we lost our leg spots versus the other skeleton. Okay. Well, those are all mediums. Okay. Alright, so you see where the road comes down and it comes across this other road. That's where we want to put the bridge that we just, or the ladder that we just grabbed. There. Bike should be very easily be able to get across. Now let's just go drop all this metal off over here, and this one We will continue over to the constructor guy, and then we might grab that metal while we're there. Yeah, then we'll head over to the constructor guy and go from there. We might have to go back to Lake Knot. Because our energy is low.
That's good. Too close.
I can waste 10 minutes. Okay, so metals are done there. So yeah, as you can see, it's just ceramics that's the big one for us until we start getting a lot more ceramics. Metals are generally the ones that are really easy to get. Hopefully it's just Timefall, not BTs. We'll see shortly. Alright, so we need 950 metals there. Don't remember there being a lot of BTs along here, but there might be.
Getting thirsty.
Oh, there's a memory shard.
Refreshing. There we go.
Okay, can I put the sign down before you continue to rest, please? That's not? You're gonna make me rest? Alright.
Well, enjoy it.
We need to fix our cargo. Put down the sign. I know he's tired. We just need to get over here. I don't know why I was walking sideways.
Yeah.
This is gonna take a minute. Alright, any metals, any of that stuff? No. We're about to catch the edge of mule territory. For the other mule territory, that one. Their bigger base, they're gonna have a lot of ceramics and stuff. But we're gonna need to go rest long before we can do anything with that. We're actually gonna have to go from here back to Lake Knot. This gets much deeper and faster, so that's why we have to do it. You've been holding the rope, huh?
Time for a drink. Nectar of the gods. There we go.
Bigger problem right now is just regular resting doesn't help bring back the used stamina.
What's this, break time?
This is what we need. I forgot about these. This was super helpful.
We needed that.
So now we should be able to maybe take on those mules and I need to put a sign here. because that helped a lot. So now we can take on the mules, get their ceramics,
Scanning bridges ID.
get the roads
Fragile
done,
Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
take ceramics
All
from
weapons will be
here.
locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
I'm afraid to see how damaged this is.
Delivering cargo.
You're not with Fragile Express, are you? Oh, I get it. Bridget is using their IDs to complete the delivery. Well, good work, son. I'll take that off your hands. Package looks... brand new. Wow. Been a while since I've seen cargo in such good shape.
Wow, okay.
Thank you kindly. No, it couldn't have been easy.
Oh, 11% damage on that one, that's not bad.
What's your angle anyway? Everyone knows Fragile was behind the attack that wiped out Middle Knot City. Only a damn fool would trust that terrorist to deliver shit now. But here you are, filling in. Keeping her business alive for her, am I right? I swear. Can't trust anyone these days. And don't try sweet-talking me onto your little network. You know why there's been so many terrorist attacks recently? Because you all pissed them off with your talk of reuniting the country. Join the UCA. I may as well paint a bullseye on my shelter. Just keep my deliveries coming. We'll get along just fine. Don't need any trouble. Though I will say, I appreciate these hematic grenades of yours. Quality work, gotta admit. Not the sort of equipment the UCA ought to keep to itself. There's a lot of freelance porters operating in these parts, after all. If I could churn these out by the boatload and gear up those folks. Now you're good people. I can see that. And you brought my order like I asked. But it'll take more than that for me to agree to what you're asking. Chiral Network is a big step. But if you could prove to me Bridges is an organization I can trust... Well, how about this? Do another run for me. I'll put the details on the terminal there.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
I think he wants me to go get stuff from the mules, so... Oh, it's that run. He wants his toolbox. You know what? Let's go do that.
The toolkit you're looking for ought to be in my old shelter. It's been tagged, so shouldn't have any trouble finding the place. I'll unlock it remotely once you get there. Oh, and take some of those hematic grenades you brought with you. Nothing you'll want more when those BTs put your back against the wall, right? Here's hoping it won't come to that.
Well, I hope we got enough grenades.
Order assigned.
Anybody home? Name's Sam.
Our first run in with other porters.
Hey, mine's heavier.
Oh, today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day. Oh, this one's for you.
Yo! Hey ya!
So those are the in-game NPCs, porters.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restricted.
There we go.
We will grab that on the way back. Same with the ceramics. So this is where things start getting interesting. We gotta get into the middle of that city. Oh man, look at all those ceramics too. We might try and grab those ceramics on the way back. There's even ceramics over there. 320 there? Oh man, if I can carry, I don't think I can carry all those. We'll make it work. Wow, look at all that. I'm gonna go for these 320s at least, and yeah, we're gonna get all of them. We're gonna put them all in the private storage. There's no reason not to. We can just come back here, even though once we get it cleared out, BTs, it's not gonna be that bad. We have an 80 up there and a 160. I want to at least get the 160. I don't know if we have enough grenades for the 80. Go up here for the 180 first, or the 80. Now, we will carry as much as we can optimally carry out. Highest values that we can, along with what we have. We need as much as we get. We'll come back for more as well. We'll come back and pick up the rest, kind of thing later. I really think that was everything here too. Cool. Carry those first, and then how many of these can we? I don't think we can carry them all. No, we can't. Okay. Can we carry? Gotta make sure they're all ceramic. Ceramics. Okay. I think it said our PCC. No, it's fine. Yeah. Can't get another 320. Can we get an 80? No. Not a weight base. What if we take... No. No, but can we take... What's the max we can take? Wait, did that make room for even more? Can I carry this one too? Alright, so it's a small load for those when we come back. I remember right, getting him this is enough for him to join, so then we can make some grenades for when we come back. All the ceramics and stuff being on top is nice, because if they get knocked off, it's not as big of a deal. We're still going to try and be careful. We got a lot of stuff for the engineer from here as well. Not just, none for the constructor, unfortunately. We will not fit under there. Oh, I left container of repair spray there? Okay, whatever. Thought there was another shard here, but I guess I'm wrong. Those ceramics there we won't be able to pick up. I think there was another engineer. Yeah. Oh, that's an extra large. We definitely won't be able to get that this run. We'll get that next run. We're just going to take all this stuff and we're going to take it back. And we're going to start by dropping it all off in his private lockers. That way we can make the trek back the other way a little easier. But we're going to go drop this off, come back and get the rest. So much less stamina usage with this skeleton.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
What? You kidding me? You actually went into that hellhole? You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools. The kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer. I was giving you an impossible mission. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Whether you see the weapons I make with these, Sam Bridges, you are incredible. Thank you.
Yeah, I want my bola gun, please.
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them, even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it? It's as if all the motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big, happy family. Might be time for us to do the same. Maybe there's hope for us after all. At least if there's more folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And the new America to boot. Connect me to the chiral network.
There it is.
Right. Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep me connected, I'll keep on supplying you with my best tools. And together we all might live a little longer. Oh, by the way, check out this beauty I made. It's called a bola gun. Should keep anyone from giving you trouble for a minute. It's non-lethal, of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
A bola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them. But swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs. Go ahead. Give it a whirl.
That's new strands with my blood. That's definitely different.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
All right, time to go.
Actually, let's do it this way.
cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright, let's go back and get those other ceramics.
Thank you for your contribution.
Good job, Sam. That's 2 prepper way stations integrated into the Cairo network. Just 1 more left.
Weapons restrictions.
I need to charge this battery. Where was the battery charger? Over there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
You know what?
ID.
Let's put our own down.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
We can take it down later if we have to, but we're gonna put a power charge station right up here. The road comes out right there, so let's put it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let's just do it right here.
Construction complete. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions.
there a safe way down the other side? Doesn't really look like it. I feel like I should be able to carry all the metals out too. Not quite. Yeah, I can only carry 2 of those. See, but if I do that, then I can't get the engineers thing, so... We'll just leave all those for now. If we need metals, we know where to come get, what is that, 1,000 metals? We'll just take 50 out. There's 1,000 metals in there still. And I cleaned up all my garbage. We got garbage there, but... See, that's all the garbage. That's what happens if you run into stuff. Your cargo. Since it was all garbage stuff on top, I didn't really care. Figured I'd show you. We need to try and get those ceramics and stuff. We'll drop a lot of our garbage over there, but this gets the garbage closer to where we're going. This will be nice. We'll come back and pick up all our garbage so it's not littering somebody else's game. We'll grab the lake knot, ceramics as well. Oh, more garbage. It's not our garbage, is it? No.
There we go.
Can we pick up dude's garbage? No, we're full. This way we can recycle all of our garbage. It's not like that other guy's stuff just laying around. I try to do that, try to be nice, because it's never cool to see a whole bunch of destroyed shit just laying around from other people.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright, so this stuff all needs to go. So let's engineer. 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 Oh, we should actually do... take as much of the ceramics as we can right this second as well, while we take these over.
You picked this up for me? You shouldn't have. Really.
How did you get this? I don't know what to say, except thanks.
The unknown man's journal is definitely her dad, because that was who that was. Or
Thank you for your contribution.
we don't have any container spray. We have these are not anything we want to leave. We are taking those to the engineer, so I guess we'll just recycle dude's gun. I don't want his Mauser gun. I was gonna bring it back to him, but... Alright, we do need some blood bags. I want to say it was 2. Do 3 just in case. We do need a new PCC. Need 2 container repair. Okay, so that's full. Alright, so knowing that we don't need the hermetics right this second, I'm in the private lock. Prime anchor we probably don't need either right now. Want to keep the bullet gun and the PCC. News. Need the 2 container spray. Oh, I probably had some on my suit, didn't I? Yes, I do. That's not what that was. Okay, and then let's claim materials. We needed 140, I believe. And then just do one of these, because that's going to be an extra large. I think both of those will be extra large. We brought back way more ceramics than that, I know. We could do a 200 metal probably. That'll do. We'll leave the one in the private locker for Lake Knot until we get a vehicle to take it over.
Thank you for your contribution.
We'll come rest over here.
Weapons restrictions lifted, Sam.
Oh, somebody finished my road. Or the road, I guess. He's swimming. That was cute. Swim, baby, swim.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Sam. Nice and warm.
Alright, so the question is how much of the road is done then? Okay, so somebody finished this portion. Alright. This should be the other one, like right here. Oh no, okay, so they did this one. I didn't even do that one. I don't think I put anything in that one, so that's fine. These two I put stuff in. And this one. Oh, somebody finished that one. Okay. Alright, no, let me see. So here's the one we did, right? At a Lake Knot. Somebody else did this one? And this one. Alright. That's the one by the engineers, so they must have finished it. Somebody else did. I did the first one. And the second. Okay. Hopefully that one's done. I don't think that is, though. We'll have to see. But somebody else did this chunk, which is nice. The less I have to physically do, it's the better, but I still like having to do some of them because then the likes and whatnot.
Anyone? Hello?
Give him some passing likes there. So the two pieces of road we were building connect up with that. Right there. I guess technically three, but... Ah, shit. I was standing still.
Sweet.
Metals got destroyed? Ah. Oh, shit. I don't think I can use this destroyed stuff.
Damn, I'm beat.
Don't drink the water like I told you to.
Oh, I was about to drop.
You just took a bath, dude. You shouldn't. Gee. We're running out of power here. I need to get going.
Up and at 'em.
Gosh, this sucks.
Refreshing.
Some of his lost cargo got completely destroyed. I'm stuck. Gosh dang it. I couldn't move. I don't know what that was. I don't know why I was stuck there, but he couldn't move at all. His cargo going that way is destroyed too. Yeah, sometimes we get stuck on rocks for no reason. Like you can't jump, you can't nothing. I thought they fixed that, but apparently not.
There we go.
Well, at the very least, all this ruined shit we can recycle, unfortunately. That really sucks. That was a lot of ceramics we just lost. Like everything that we just got, we lost.
Drink something. Yeah, just what I needed. That's a big one. There we go.
I kind of deviated a little bit, I think. Oh, maybe not. Did we have all the elder stuff on us? I hope not.
There we go.
What the hell? How did he slip standing in front of it? Yeah, see, we can't use them, they're destroyed. That sucks. Well, we'll still carry him to the engineer so we can recycle him.
There we go.
Yeah, it looks like somebody might have finished our other road.
There we go.
Yeah, they did. Somebody finished our road for us.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hey, Sam. How's it going? You've done more for us than we had any right to ask. Don't think we don't know that.
Ah, sweet. Level 3. I don't think there's a level 4. So, 3 is the
Well,
highest.
be safe out there.
Good work. New.
Craft one at a time, huh? Oh look, it comes in a much smaller package now too. No, I can't craft the 3. Alright. Alright, so this stuff, what do we got here? Craftsman, Lake Knot, Lake. We're gonna take a whole bunch of stuff back to Lake Knot right now. Let's go into the Craftsman. Got one that we go to Craftsman 2, but we're gonna go back to Lake now. We don't have a skeleton right now, so it's gonna be a little tougher.
Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, did we recycle our old boots? Or did they just get destroyed? Guess? No, we won't.
Thank you for your contribution.
Bola needs to go on the tool rack. Alright, we're gonna go take all this stuff back into Port Knot City. We're just gonna take the road.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'm out of water, I take it. Go stand on the edge of the river for a second. We're just gonna let that fill up for a minute.
Refreshing. Yup, it's got some weight to it. That's good.
Since we don't have the skeleton and we're going to be doing a lot of running, we need to make sure that we have that all the way full because we're probably going to use all of it on the way. I think 1,000 is as full as it goes. And we need to stop just wading across streams. We need to use ladders and stuff, because that was bad. That was a lot of resources we lost. When we get back, though, I think we're going to sleep and get all of our extra stamina back. But you can see where this road makes a huge difference in terrain and all that. See, they fully upgraded this and now they have a much larger radius. Nice, we already got a whole bunch of likes for the road.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Pleasant journey. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Hey, mine's heavier.
Today's a good day.
Keep on keeping on. Hey, yeah.
Have a pleasant journey.
Too close.
Nice of them generally to hand off stuff like that.
Good morning, Sam. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition. Thank you, Sam. Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe. Good work.
Alright, we'll have to read that mail in a second. They don't have enough ceramics. We'll take some with us, I think. God, they don't have enough either. Oh. Okay, so we got smoke grenades, hermetic grenades. We haven't done anything with the smoke grenade. Not that we really need to. Looks like we're missing something in Oh, cool. There's actually nothing for the smoke grenade. Yeah, because those are grenades. We've already done those. Yeah. This one. Eliminate all mules and BT. I don't remember it having a BT option before. If you do it right and get a headshot, it knocks them out and they don't struggle or anything. Alright, let's try it against BT. I've never done this with BT because it wasn't an option before. That's cool. That's new. The big guys still take 2, which is fine. That's new though. That's cool. I don't know if I like that better though. Still the same amount of space carry-wise, because you're still carrying 2 slot on your back, because it's 1 blood bag per 1 crate of grenades. Or 2 crates, I don't remember. I don't know. I guess if you're in a pinch, it'd be a good way to finish them off, but I don't know that I would use it all the time. I'd rather have the bola gun for mules.
Your work is greatly appreciated, Sam. Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Eating those should give you a health boost too, in my opinion.
Hey there. Hey there.
He sneezed twice.
Hey there.
That's all he's gonna do right now, huh? Don't think we have any suit customization yet. Still, unfortunately. I don't know where we get that from. Haven't done this in a while, we probably should. Yeah, I don't understand the grenades out of that too, buddy. I totally agree with you.
Nice.
EX grenade number 1.
I a shower, clean ourselves off, even though we've been in the river like 3 times now. No matter how many times I shower, he never seems to get any cleaner.
EX grenade number 0.
Thanks again, Sam. You really came through for us today. Now you can tell me to mind my own business if you like, but I couldn't help but notice that you've been getting better delivery evaluations lately. Looks like you know what you stand to gain if you go the extra mile, or do you? Providing that extra bit of service to make people happy, the miscellaneous grade, is the most important part of the whole evaluation system for you, right? Speaking of happy, I just remembered the time you first came here after crossing Ground Zero. True, successfully delivering cargo to its destination is your job, first and foremost. But people are demanding. They don't just want their shit carried from A to B. They want a little more, you know? Special treatment, something that'll put a smile on their face. Hey, I get it. It's a lot more work for you, tracking down lost cargo, returning items to their rightful owners, and it's not really part of the job description either. But you better get used to it, because standards are changing and people are only going to expect more from their porters. Anyways, it's usually worth your while. Going above and beyond is a good way to rack up plenty of likes, and hell, sometimes you end up doing it without even realizing you did. I'm serious. Next time you complete an order, take a closer look at your results. See if there isn't a symbol next to your likes, which indicates that you got them from performing tasks related to the miscellaneous grade. You might be surprised. It may all seem like a hassle right now, Sam, but having a good miscellaneous grade will get you more likes, and you can never have too many. The Ludens fan. I had this crazy idea, Sam. What if you're the perfect example of Homo Ludens? Think about it. You're with Bridges, but you're not beholden to them. You're the only one who can expand the network, so they need you as much as you need them, if not more. Taken all together, you're pretty much free to do whatever you want, including coming way out here to visit me on a whim. Maybe what you do isn't play in the strictest sense of the word. Doesn't help you blow off steam, I expect, but you go about your business as you like, and your actions have a direct effect on our culture and our world. I'd say that's the sort of life any aspiring Homo Ludens would envy, don't you? Hey Sam, was thinking I ought to report back to you on how we're doing over here. First things first, the chiral network blew my mind. It's so much better than what I was expecting. The latest news from Capital Knot, Waystation dispatches, and distro center updates in real time without any lag whatsoever. What's more, we can now rely on generator power to keep us online. That alone's a real game changer. We can send and receive all kinds of supplies too, even without the help of porters like you. As long as we've got the raw materials, the chiral printer can provide us with most anything we need. You shouldn't see the skyline here. Cranes all over the place. The city's turned a corner, if you ask me. To be honest, it almost brings a tear to my eyes to see how far we've come. Anyways, I'll stop rambling. The important thing is that it's all going much better than expected. Catch you later, Sam. The commencement of Evo-Devo unit testing. I know it can't be easy out there on your own, Sam, but we need you to stay strong. I started on a few experiments with the Evo-Devo unit you brought me. So far, things are going pretty well. I'm not quite at a stage where I can perfectly recreate objects, but I suspect that's only because chiral network's coverage is still limited. The more places you bring online, the better my results may most likely. Anyways, I'll be submitting regular reports on my progress to Bridges. Rest assured, I'll keep at it. Incidentally, I've taken interest in the Odor Deck lately. These days, people tend to associate them with BBs or think of them as BT detectors. But they were originally designed as more all-purpose scanners for the detection of people and various objects. It seems they've undergone quite a few changes over the years. By all accounts, many of the original features were cut at some point. One such feature would allow users to project holograms, which could be pretty useful, and another would utilize chiral connections to reconstruct past data for present-day applications. I don't believe these features are lost forever, though. I will keep expanding the network. If we keep expanding the network, someone's bound to take the initiative and create new and improved versions of them. Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time, Sam. We should catch up in person one day. Mules, heroes or villains? Hey Sam, how's that bola gun working out for you? You put it to good use yet? Listen, I've come up with a few more ideas for new gadgets since we last spoke. A chiral network makes it so easy to share data. You can fabricate stuff pretty much anywhere. In fact, I might ask you to test them out for me sometimes. It's in your interest too. What with you maybe having to go up against mules and whatever other citizens are out there. But if you do have to throw down, remember that mules used to be like you. They were porters when the world went to hell, people trying to help people, and all that chaos and confusion would have been hailed by heroes if they hadn't gone batshit, or hailed as heroes if they hadn't gone batshit. That's what most people think, me included. Though I heard it might not be that simple. It might be that they started out as smugglers, and that's why they can navigate all kinds of hard country. Guys like that, well, something tells me they wouldn't be altruists at heart. Guess there's no way of knowing the truth of it now. Anyway, Sam, I doled out a few of those hermetic grenades you brought me to some local porters, along with some blood bags. If they work as advertised, then our people might just be able to stand up to BTs if necessary. Could be a new beginning for the whole community. There's the glasscraft we brought back for, Hardman. Terrorists posing as fragile express couriers. The terrorists have been at it again lately. You heard, right? About how they've been sneaking in and out of cities disguised as fragile couriers? We'll have another disaster on our hands at this rate. But it's not like we can just cut them out. We need fragile people to keep on doing what they're doing. We rely on those guys for a lot, so maybe we shouldn't. I heard they're transporting weapons now. Why they'd be so stupid, I can't imagine. Spreading shit around like that kills in a world where the dead are ticking BT bombs. Sure, terrorists are a threat and mules are a royal pain in the ass. But what genius figured escalation was the way to go when we all know where it leads? We need weapons, no tools that can take down the bad guys without killing them, and we need the hardware in circulation gone yesterday. We can keep folks from dying in accidents or getting sick. We can't keep them from dying, period. But the deaths we can put off, we ought to. Violence isn't just ugly, it's damn near suicidal in this day and age. Which is why I'm looking to make a bunch of less than lethal gear in the hopes that it'll prevent a few idiots from getting themselves and others killed. Today I made a delivery to a shelter near Middle Knot City. It was my longest trip to date. A new personal best. Back when I was starting out, people tried to warn me off of life, saying it was dangerous for prepper youngins to make runs, and that no one would ever really trust me. But what was I supposed to do? Kids without parents need to eat too, and it's not like I had any skills. 2 arms, 2 legs, a whole lot of grit. That's all I ever had to offer. Worked out so far. I bring people what they need, and in return, they do right by me. The more deliveries I make, the more orders I get. Never a porter around when you need one. So as long as you don't fuck up too badly, somebody ought to throw you a bone. Helps that I've got a 6th sense for BTs too. Pretty rare that. It's probably one of the reasons why I get so much work. Sometimes people praise me, tell me I'm doing society a service by helping my fellow man. Can't say that factors into it. I'd sooner keep to myself if I could. But I've got to survive somehow, and I sure as hell ain't gonna manage by myself. So this must be Fragile's dad. Another prepper kicked the bucket. I went to deliver his medicine as usual this morning, but I guess I was pretty damn late. Poor guy wasn't just dead, but on the verge of going necro. Wasn't no time to take him to an incinerator, so I had to dump him in nearby BT territory. Better than leaving him to pop, especially since my own shelter is close by. Gotta look out for number 1. When I dumped him, though, just before he popped, it was like I could feel the BTs reacting to the corpse. Saw the beach, too. Strangest thing, but I'd felt it before, when I first disposed of someone. The sensation was stronger this time, though. No doubts about it. Don't know if this means I've got dooms, but I'm starting to think there's something special about me. A delivery outfit out west heard tell of my BT sensing abilities and has expressed an interest in bringing me on board. Seems they operate outside Bridges' sphere of influence, and they want to leverage my experience and know-how to expand their operation. Could be interesting. It's funny. I started making runs out of necessity to stay alive, but that's all changed. I'm an altruist now. I live to help others, to help other people. Preppers around these parts rely on me. Hell, they wouldn't last 5 minutes without me. What would my daddy say if he could see me now, He taught me man's his own keeper, but here I am, part of a community, working with other people, bringing the world together. Daddy always told me that the wide, wide world was dangerous, and we had to stay in our shelter, spend our whole life there, die there. Well, fuck that. Community's what it's all about. Is there more that I missed? Oh, yeah. A buddy of mine died today. He was out in the mountains on a delivery, and it was so goddamn foggy. I guess he lost sight of the trail. He called me asking for help, but then the line went dead. I saw the void out from here. Nearly blinded me. Guess he wandered into BT territory. There's not many of us porters left these days, not many you could trust to get the job done anyway. Folks quitting or dying, going mule, attrition's a bitch. If we're to keep on, we're gonna need better equipment and someone else who can track BTs. I can still manage sometimes, but my power's getting weaker. I can feel it. Just wish I knew what to do, 'cause at this rate, I'm fucked. We all are. Fragile's umbrella and suit. You think that thing Fragile carries is an umbrella? I can see why you jumped to that conclusion, what with the shape and all, but you're wrong. If it's any consolation, I thought it was an umbrella too at first. It's actually some kind of navigational device that Fragile came up with herself. I won't pretend to understand the theory behind it, but I'm told it factors chiral density across beaches and plots coordinates for her jump. Fragile's got some kind of dooms that lets her move from beach to beach, the way she tells it. She kind of clears her mind and lets her powers do the rest. Maybe it's something similar when maybe it's something similar with the spikes on her suit. When Fragile senses chiralium concentration, they pop out. I'm not sure if she'd be able to tell otherwise. It's like an unconscious reaction. The spikes only react when chiral density increases. But who knows? Names and theories are just ways of coping with things we don't really understand. Same with visual indication of the intangible, maybe. All I can say is that Fragile's umbrella and spikes seem to help her hone her powers. Alright, sorry about that. Let's see.
Ascending.
Do we need to get... Do we have that on us? We don't. Where is it? It must be here, hopefully. Looks like we're sticking with the 2 for now. We can't fabricate a vehicle yet, right? Nope. Check the shared locker, I guess.
Thank you for your contribution. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Alright, so we'll go to the craftsman, and then we'll go to the elder.
Rest is advised. Have a pleasant journey.
Anybody home?
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, they're back, huh? Come on, guys, climb the ladder. There you go. Proggy finished that one, so he got that one. Dang it. All I needed was 40 ceramics. I would have had that one.
There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Hey,
All clear.
mine's heavier.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Give me just 1 second, guys. Alright, hopefully I can try and help my kid fix something real quick while playing, so. Alright, do we have, what materials does he have? If we recycle this skeleton here,
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
One more minute, guys. Hey, Zeta. How's it going? Kiddo's having an issue getting into his Minecraft server, so I was trying to. He has an issue with the chunk he's in, so trying to get it to send him to spawn when he logs in. Alright, so we got that. Do we have any other orders? Where's this one going? That one's going to the craftsman. We're not quite ready to go back over there yet. What lost cargo do we have? This goes to the craftsman as well. I guess we can go to the craftsman, I guess. Alright, so we got some lost cargo. Let's do some auto arranging. I want these to be... Move those out of there. We don't want that stuff. That's better. No. Yeah, that's... I'd much rather that.
Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, he's gonna have to wait because I can't fix that through the console, so.
Thanks again for...
Alright, let's see. Taking this over there. Do we have an easier route right now? Oh, this is mule territory. That's fine, we'll fight mules. We have bullet guns.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yo!
Craftsman is where? Over there. I need to get more stuff in those because somebody else finished the other road. I need more metals and ceramics. Can't believe we've lost all those other ceramics still though. I forgot to bring a ladder. Oh, that's right, I could climb his road here and just run the road over, I think. Because I think that goes clear over.
Safe travels.
There's a ladder bridge over here we'll use. I wonder if anybody's paid attention to my signs here, pointing to the hot springs.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Sam. We needed that.
Good morning, Sam. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
No, it's you. How's it going? Wow. Carrying all this couldn't have been easy.
Nice, we got bullet gun level 2. Alright, well, that's better.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever.
He's giving me custom hermetic grenade. Custom. Okay, so they're stronger. Okay. Cool. Alright. Pick the stronger one.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
Now, we're gonna recycle all the old ones and get the new ones.
A new and improved Bola gun. It allows you to charge up shots for increased range and wire spread. Pretty neat, huh?
Oh, we can't make custom ones. What? He said we could make custom ones. Jerk. Got a ladder, a PC. We have extra boots. Awesome. I don't remember how many medals we needed. It was like 9 something. I didn't want to offload it all, but alright.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, so let's start with, we got ceramics. Right? Those we'd have to carry by hand. Alright, let's get going then.
Well, good work, son.
Weapons restricted.
Find that ladder we came across. There it is. I didn't check to see if he had any more orders for the old dude. That's right. If we pick it up, we don't actually pick it up. That's right. I don't think we have enough ceramics for this, unfortunately. We need, what, 240 ceramics still? Now let's get over here to this one, drop off the stuff. Oh, this is only missing. I know. The metals are the easy ones to do, man. So it's always the ceramic. Go back this way. Wow, that took quite a bit. It took 700 to do that? Almost. 650 with that energy drink or stamina back.
Nice.
We're gonna go sit at the engineer for a second. I need to go AFK again here in a minute. We're gonna go to the engineer's place. Let's get it. Before we set out to go either fight mules or go We should probably go up to the old guy, turn in this up there. The elder. Come on, guys, you're right by. Can't just take this over here and cycle it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Safe travels.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter. Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Delivering cargo.
Oh, hey. Good to see you. You've done more for us than we had any right to ask. Don't think we don't know that. Well, be safe out there.
What do we have for cargo? This is tool rack, canner spray, climbing anchor. I've got our grenades. We have a damaged pair of boots that need to be swapped out. Need a ladder. Ladder and boots. Of course, now there's a bunch of stuff going to Craftsman here. Take those. Alright, so we're gonna let him sit here. While I go AFK for a minute, I gotta use the restroom and see if I can help him real quick. And then, I guess I need to move forward a little bit. Let Sam sleep. Alright, I will be right back.
I'm gonna need, thank God. No more. I'm gonna need, thank God.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Damn right, Skittles apologized to me. What? What? What is that all about? Is that a... Oh, okay. Advertisements, got it. Alright, so we need to take this stuff up to the old dude. Probably put ladder on the left side, I guess. We've only got one container spray, huh? Alright. Grab one more before we go. Why is the... That... Right? Alright. We'll fix that in just a sec. Always like to have 2 container sprays until we can get the cover at the very Alright, let's go get this up to old dude real quick.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I don't remember the best path to him. Guess we'll pick up this one for the craftsman along the way. Oh, I think I do remember the best way. The best way was up and over the, or through the mule territory. There's a road that goes from their camp up. So large to him, small there. I can't pass up these ceramics, not with how many we need. I can pass up a small one to the engineer. Oh, it's small, we'll grab it. There's another ceramics there. Those ceramics I'm not gonna run over for. We need to get up this mountain. I think I will leave stuff in this post box. Like, a lot of these are showing way too often. I'd like to disable some of them. There we go. To charge our batteries. Forgot. He didn't upgrade this yet, so it's slow. Alright, that's cool. Just wish my kids would play with them instead of bugging me. Oh, sorry guys. Long chat there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Alright, he should send us down to the mules to get something else.
I've been expecting you. You are my lifeline. I've only managed to ask for anything in return. You have my gratitude. Let's see how's the package. Wow, this is great. Excellent job, thank you. So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me you put the terrorists behind you. When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
Maybe you already heard it from Fragile, but preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic chiral network infrastructure, much like our full members. Similarly, you'll be able to use their chiral printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract. So connect your Cupid to confirm.
The company just got too big. In times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too. Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together. It's just asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the chiral network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the Cairo network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the Cairo crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City. I'm putting the order in myself. Check your cufflinks for details.
We gotta go to this one. Alright.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Ah, yes, I remember trying to drive the bike down here. Now we should take this back up real quick, huh? Not very often we get to do deliveries for this guy, and it's a bitch to get up and down here, so...
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked and...
Wow, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
Thank you for your contribution.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks for dropping by again. It's always good to see you. I'd have checked out long ago if it wasn't for people like you. So I want you to know I'm grateful, even if I don't always come out and say it. Until next time.
Good
restrictions lifted.
Oh, are they gonna get in their truck and try and run me over again? Come on. Lots of good stuff here. Not gonna be able to carry those, unfortunately. We'll get them in a minute. Oh yeah, we can. Forgot. You know what? We'll just bring the truck over and get the rest.
Let's roll.
Too much cargo. No. Let's put the metals back in here. We'll just offload those for now, the resins, because we don't really need a lot of resin in here. Nope, no. Oh, still can't. We'll come back for the metal. Yeah, we're gonna go build some road stuff real quick. 'Cause look at all that. We can still come back. BB like this driving on two wheels. So yeah, the road stuff is over there. We should be able to get over there. Some of those metals and stuff might disappear, but oh no, we were much closer now. There's another piece of road. Grab these metals. We're gonna have a lot of extra, and I don't want to do that. Whatever. That should get us all the way to the craftsman now, because that should connect up with the other road. That takes us all the way to the craftsman, and then we can do the rest of the roads towards the distribution center next. Firstly, though, we need to go back the other way. Pick up a little bit more cargo. Namely the metals that we dropped so they don't disappear. All the high density metals and stuff. And then we'll go put those on the road.
Still got it.
They also have this side post box here. But I don't want to open either of those until after we've spent some of these materials. Rock is chock full of them right now. The resins we can probably drop. Still too much? Oh, come on, Sam. Okay. What is going on? Put Bola gun on our tool. Okay. There we go.
Come on, let's roll.
Alright, so there's a road structure builder there. Couldn't get the truck to turn in the right angle to get in there. So we need, what is that? 110 ceramics, 1,060 metals. This one's a long road. We want to come over here to this power thing real quick, charge the truck. But this road I think connects up to the one over by the craftsman. Wow. Alright. We're not going to be able to carry a lot of that.
Okay.
It was 110 ceramics, so is there any 40s? Bola gun, 1.8, a bunch of 80s. Gonna be a lot of wasted ceramics there. Definitely a lot of ceramics, not much metal though. Guess we'll grab a 160 ceramics. There's no 40s. Some metals. Knew that was gonna happen. Resins, okay. I guess let's go check the post box.
Right on.
Oh, we gotta check this post box, I guess. This one first. Oh, there's another post box right there that we can use. That's gonna be fun.
I'll stretch my legs.
Let's do this. Okay, I'll leave that one there. Okay, stop trying to put that one up there.
Nobody out here. Let us stand. Alright, just got a few more things to grab. Put over there.
Then we'll go check that one over there. What we should do is grab this other truck and take it over there.
Come on, let's roll. One bullet gun worth, huh? Or I guess one ladder. I could drop the ladder. Right on.
That truck bed is empty. Should have everything out of here in this truck. No, we don't. Oh shit. Let's see what we can put in this other post box. Alright, so cargo bed. Locker for. Okay, so we needed less ceramics than that, but let's put this into metals. Truck one. We have a nice amount of ceramics, just no metal. Our problem? That's a 40 ceramics. Maybe we can use that, hopefully. If we can use that, we should probably take an 80 just in case. We get the rest out of that post box, go turn in what we can.
Alright, time to move.
We're not going there yet. Okay, so that's all we had to do. Alright. Ladders and stuff like that, we can, whatever.
Okay.
Take this over and see if we're short on metals at this point. I know we stashed a bunch of metals somewhere. What's all this? Ladder, climb anchor, PCC, resins.
You do.
Okay, so we need 960 metal. Alright, we should take more stuff. I don't know how much more we can though, so let's go deliver a lot of this. It's all engineer, craftsman, those guys. I need to stop down here at the power.
Hey, buddy. You're on electricity fire right now.
We built our other two roads over there, which is good.
Still got it.
Looks like we're gonna need that bridge. Ooh. We will also be able to grab metals from this guy, because I know we've given him a lot of metals, so...
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How's it going? Well, the cargo's in great condition.
Like always.
Here, I've been meaning to give this to you. I hope you can find a use for it.
Funny that we got that from him before we did Port Knot City, but Port Knot City seems to be going up really slow.
Well, be safe out there.
Good work. New order available.
Should probably make sure he doesn't have any for the Craftsman or Port Knot. Oh, I hope all that fits in the truck.
Order assigned.
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Yay. This truck doesn't hold a lot of cargo. So.
Keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This guy had good bridge placement. I would have done it if he didn't. Go to the Craftsman's first, because we can pick up some lost cargo we left over there.
Stretch my legs.
Safe travels.
Alright, what can we do for this road?
Wonder if anyone's watching.
Tell me we can complete this, because that would be a really nice road to have done. Oh, we forgot to grab medals from the other guy, didn't we? That one's also a long road, but it's going to need a lot more resources. Elder? Ugh. Alright, well. We hit an Elder at some point. We want to go back to the engineer for that, though. Get his quest up there. Another Elder cargo. He's one of the harder ones to get stars with too, but his shit is such a pain in the ass to take to him.
Right on.
Have a pleasant journey. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hey, Sam. How are things? Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
Magic. Aloy, hologram, cool.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever.
More custom grenades, yay!
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Alright, does he have anything for Fort Knot City? It's to the engineer and the city. I need to check my private locker here still. Oh, the truck's pretty much full, so we're just gonna go. I'd like to get more materials, but he's got a bunch that we can use for roads.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Still got it.
We're going this way, and we're gonna go back over to the engineer real quick because I did forget to check his private locker for stuff as well.
Alright, it's a full charge.
Since this truck isn't covered, that cargo gets damaged in the timefall.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
We had metals and stuff in here. That's good. Just way all there, okay. Alright. Port Knot City, here we come.
Keep on keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I need a real truck though. He did say we needed to go back there anyways for something. I think to take stuff to the distribution center. I don't remember if things happen when we get there. We'll have to see.
If anyone's watching.
After we drop all this stuff off, I'm gonna try and fill the truck up with a bunch of metals and any more ceramics that we can, so we can see how many. What is that? That goes to the Elder. Yeah, no wonder. Nobody wants to take that shit to the Elder, but we'll do it. On the way back out, we'll grab it if we have room.
Beginning scan. Scan on bridges journey. Verifying ID. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Someone's happy.
Have a pleasant journey. Rest is advised.
Good morning, Sam.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Ah, out of order, huh?
Welcome, welcome. The Herald man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server. Here, let me have a look at it. Nice. The Great Deliverer comes through again. The server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
There we
Sam,
go.
I've added a reverse trike to the list of supplies you can fabricate. Lake Knot City was kind enough to provide the blueprints as thanks. I'd tell you all about it, but, didn't you used to have your own? Same deal. 2 front wheels, 1 rear, battery powered. Fitted with an auto-charging unit that kicks in when not in use. Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain. Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada yada yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
See how these are like barely making any progress star-wise? It's just crazy. Gotta do so many deliveries here just to get a little bit of a star. Our long range reverse track.